Greetings and salutations, gamers. This is Siltown coming to you live on Saturday. Today we'll be playing some Everquest with our friends in Vets of Norath with your host here, Siltown. We're going to be going through Plane of Life, Demi-plane of Life 1 and 2, and Decay 1 and 2 today, hopefully getting all 4 done. Then moving on to even harder fights, which are 1 or 2 after. We'll find out how far we get tonight. So root for us and watch us take the fight. So with that being said, we're getting ready right now, buffed up and gathered at the raid point currently. So this will be a few minutes before we actually start. The first... Hold on. Alright, so what's going to happen in the life fight is that we're going to have 3 spots marked on the map here with the campfires and the banner. These will be 3 points in which our tanks will move the 2 bosses while the maelstroms of violent energy courses through the raid as whirlwinds. So they don't get debuffed and knocked around and die instantly because they're no longer buffed with anything useful. So they'll do that. They'll lead the raid around to point to point to point as these vortexes come through the raid from time to time. From time to time, some people will be hit with a debuff that the Gina trigger will tell us to run into the vortex to debuff. There are 2 abilities that do that. One, if you don't do it, you basically die on either of them. So or you can't DPS. So that's kind of bad. So we'll randomly run into them and get knocked back and not lose our buffs because we are getting rid of debuff. As that happens, we continue fighting. The main mechanic is stay out of the swirling vortexes. Primarily. The second main mechanic is we'll have believers pop up from time to time that have to be killed in a matter of within about a minute. All 4. If all 4 are killed, we get a debuff on the bosses, and we focus down 1 to kill them faster. When we kill them faster, the second guy will adjust to the first the debuff to the heavily damaged boss's health. So this way we knock 2 down with 1 stone, so to speak, as they level out to the lower boss's health. This allows us to kill the bosses faster because their defenses are a lot lighter. This is how that fight goes. So we'll be fighting every now and then. The zealots will show up and start praying. We kill them quickly. Boss gets debuffed. We focus down on the female boss usually. Beat her down really hard and fast during that time. Then switch over to the other boss when the time is up for that her debuff to end, just to help balance out the fight, and then regulate our damage again. Go dodge the vortexes a couple times, and then deal with the zealots again. Rinse and repeat all the way till they're dead. And that's how we handle it. That gives you the explanation. That gives you the explanation of the fight and how it's done and performed. The auto skill attack? Is that what you're talking about? Oh, I forgot I had some points to spend. There we go. Those are the last 3 AAs in class I have left to do in Archetype. I have left to do. Then it's over to class to finish up all these. I've been taking my time on leveling these AAs. I gotta stop doing that since it's the second weekend, and we only got a month and a half left till the next expansion, so I need to pick up my pace on my AA grinding. Yeah. If I get a message that is kind of unusual and I feel uncomfortable to answer, I won't comment on stream about it to where everybody can see it. I'll make my own comments off stream about something like that later afterwards, because it's not nice to talk about things I don't fully understand, and I like to get to know a little bit better on the issue before saying anything, and before I make any comments, because I don't know the full story, what's going on. So I'll refrain from commenting, and I warn the people that, hey, I'm on stream, can't comment on stuff like this, so they don't accidentally send more like that. It's only fair to all parties, you know. Beef busts are out. Mm-hmm.
Chiron mass group buff used. Chiron mass group buff used.
Alright, there we go. Dang. Okay, we're just about to start the fight very soon here. Boss are done. We're about to receive the fight information real quick, and then we'll go from there. We have 55 people in raid, so one person's probably sitting out or just not here at the moment. Thank you, Sintoni. Definitely will do our best. Well, I'm just reading what he's saying on his comments, but I'm not commenting back really on the issue. I don't know much about the issue, and I prefer not talking about it until I learn more. To understand why they did what they did or what happened. All I know is things were said, he left. That's it. Okay, we're going to start on the banner for this fight. So the mobs will be pulled to the banner. We have to keep these Alright, the fight's starting up. So here we go. We have to keep these guys balanced, but up to 5% in between. Oh shit. My bad. It's the wrong one I pressed. The first set of ads kill soon.
Ritualists of life spawned. VNV balanced. Gift of mana.
All are down.
Fiend of Mass Group buff used. Fiend of Mass Group buff used. Stella Blue Mass Group buff used. Stella Blue Mass Group buff used. Ritualists of life spawned. VNV balanced. Natural Mass Group buff used. Natural Mass Group buff used. Ritualists of Life spawned. Gift of Mana. Use RCAA or Cleric Epic to cure. Use RCAA or Cleric Epic to cure. Ritualists of Life spawned. Silvi Mass Group buff used. Silvi Mass Group buff used. Gift of Mana.
Fortress Ritualist is under the light.
V&V power up. Paladin Splash and Healers RCAA or Cleric Epic to cure. V&V balanced. Gift of Mana. BNV balanced. Double mass group buff used. Double mass group buff used. Janine mass group buff used. Janine mass group buff used. Tuthlin mass group buff used. Tuthlin mass group buff used. Ritualists of life spawned. Use RCAA or Cleric Epic to cure. Enter the yellow aura to remove. Failed to feign death. Caroline mass group buff used. Caroline mass group buff used. Sauna mass group buff used. Sauna mass group buff used. Scylla mass group buff used. Scylla mass group buff used. Paladin splash and healers RCAA or Cleric Epic to cure. Gift of mana.
There we got her. We got it. Nice. I'm no longer in TCF. I'm in Veterans North now, Gajex. TCF did disband about 2 weeks ago. Kind of sucks. And yes, seeing Stewart's corpses never change. Oh, that's funny. Okay, I need to see how much DKP I have. It's about 600 or something like that. Still trying to get used to the DKP setup for this guild. It's a lot different. Is this one? 675, okay. Thank you for the Prime subscribe, Gajex. It's awesome of you. Yeah, I found a new guild a few days after the disbandment of our old one. It's just a shame that we just didn't have enough to continue on. That's all it was about, just not enough people to continue on. Too many people left for the newer TPO and then just didn't come back. Not bad for loot for tonight. Put a quick bid on this for 35. Don't know if I'll get it, but if I do, that'll be nice. If not, then not a big deal. I don't expect to get any loots for the first month, because most of the higher end guildies are going to be going after the loot like crazy. I'll just get what I can. Yeah, a lot of people came to VON. Others went to other guilds because of the time differences for the raids. Okay, Decay fight will consist of us going downstairs through the monument here of eternal life. There's a stairway down there. That's 2 levels down. At the very bottom level, we're going to have the boss there. The boss has a few fun mechanics. The first mechanic is she puts a buff on most of the raid that lasts for about 50 seconds. You have to remove that buff before it expires through some light that you saw cascading through the raid on this one. Once that buff's removed, you're going to survive. If you leave the buff on until it expires, you auto die. That's the first mechanic. Second mechanic is there's a buff that you have to run out of the raid and away from the raid, or otherwise you virally cast upon everybody in the raid with a certain distance, and they lose a lot of mana and health along with you. That will run away from the raid when that hits us. It only goes on about 4 people at a time. If they die from it, they will automatically become summon a undead to fight the people inside. Then there is the Golem of Blood that spawns. It has to be killed before DPSing the boss. Otherwise, we get locked out for 3 minutes for healing. So too much damage on the boss while that thing is up will cause that to happen, and we lose 3 minutes of healing, which screws over the raid and could potentially kill everybody. Then there's another mechanic where we have to go upstairs and kill coffins every so often. Once the coffins are destroyed, we come back down. If the coffin stays up for too long, it summons a nasty ad that we don't want to deal with, or does something really bad to the raid. The last thing is the skeleton head in the middle of the room will announce its direction and follow direction, and then fires off an AoE spell in that direction. High damage burn dot. You don't want to be in that. It will kill you, drain your mana, and do a whole bunch of nasty stuff. If you die to that, you also summon more undead for us to fight during the fight, which is really bad. So the mechanics are a little rough, but you get through them correctly, you'll beat the boss. She has extremely high level of regeneration, so it requires the entire raid beating on her with the buff spell to do any damage to her. If we don't have that buff spell, we're pretty much screwed. That's weird. Alright, there we go. And we got double there. So with the next fight explained, we will be continuing down after loot is finished being distributed out and given away. Checking to make sure that I didn't have anything left. I've been raiding on Aradune since Shadows of Lucan, when Beastlords became available. I decided to wait till Beastlords became available before I started streaming. All of my streams since the day I started on SOL are up, and you can watch from number 1 to 515. So you can check them out. They're all there. As long as they're not purple dinosaurs.
Banner is down.
Well, how do I put it? Raiding in Everquest is a hodgepodge of experiences. Some better than others. It's dependent on what you think and feel is best. Where you want to start in at, generally from the beginning. So if a new TPL server is available, I recommend going to a new TPL server and starting from day one. That's the best experience. But if you've already played through some of the content already and you want to start off where you left off, wait until one of the TPL servers gets to the point of the expansion where you left off on, like I did. I didn't like the boxed edition of Everquest, which was the beginning of it. I liked SOL and after. Shadows of Lucan and after. From there. and that's when I joined back in, and I've been having fun ever since. It's because I played through the box editions up to SOL with from day one, when Sony Entertainment had the game and played it online and competing against World of Warcraft. I didn't find those raids before SOL too enjoyable. I just didn't like the design of the dungeons, and the fights were just kind of lackluster a bit. But I find the dungeons and raids in SOL to be better. As for expansions that people like, it really is dependent on what you think is the best expansion, what you're getting out of it, the raids and stuff like that. It comes down to personal preference. But POP was the biggest expansion everybody liked the most because they added a whole bunch of stuff into it. Then there's 2 other expansions after that that people liked. After that, I haven't heard anything else from there. So I'm experiencing it as it's coming along and through the time. Yamamea 22002. Thank you for the subscription Prime. I really appreciate it. So, I honestly recommend jumping at any time that's early into the Everquest experience. Early as you want or possible, or day one experience. Because all the different timelines, the different expansions, the difficulty of the raids being adjusted and growing over time are a unique experience in themselves. There will be some expansions you just clearly hate. That's because you didn't find it that fun, or whatever reason about it. And there are going to be other expansions you're going to love. It's just personal preference. But I just recommend the full package experience to understand the game from start to finish. It'll take you a few years on a TPL service to finish it up, to get to the current edition of expansion levels. But it's real well worth it if you want to invest that type of time into a game. Everquest is about earning your equipment and achieving fun accomplishments through hard work and trial and experience. Not like World of Warcraft where it's wham bam thank you ma'am, I got my awesome alternate loot. You know what I mean? Hey Tatters. So that's the best advice I can give you, Conscript. You got any other questions? I'll be happy to answer if I can. But when someone always asks me when to come in to play the game at whatever point, I generally say start from the beginning, because the raiding experience is different from expansion to expansion. And there will be some expansions you dislike and some that you like. But if there's a particular character you want to play, then just play at that expansion's release of the particular character. SOL for Beastlords, Berserkers, I think it was... I can't remember when Berserkers came out, or the expansion that Berserkers come out. It just comes down to what type of place you want to start off. For some people, it's play style, certain character. For others, it's just like anywhere. Yeah, no problem. And you also got to pay attention to the servers you're joining. They have certain rules and play sets to them, so it changes the way that the game plays. for like one server, they have it where resist the spells are a lot stronger when you're fighting mobs, which makes the casters having a harder time, and or stronger melee resistant monsters, vice versa. Or loot permissions. Alright, here we go. We're starting to fight. They weren't done explaining the fight, and someone triggered it accidentally. That's funny. I guess they're tired of the explanation. Okay, first cut at 91%.
Failed to feign death. DPS named.
This is the buff that we have to cure off us before we go upstairs, or otherwise we'll die in the process. So we have a banner near the exit, so we know where to go upstairs. Coffin we gotta kill in a certain amount of time.
Gift of mana.
Oh man, this is brutal, the snare. Next cut is 61%.
Gift of mana. DPS named.
Calling if we're going to secure ourselves, we don't have to DPS so much down. Waiting for the blood golem. Waiting for blood golem to spawn. Conscript, you're welcome. I'll answer any questions as best I can.
Add. DPS named.
Waiting for the blood golem.
Gift of mana. DPS named. Coffin spawned. DPS named. Gift of mana. Sylve Talon run into Aura to cure. DPS name. Avoid east. Lifeblood Golem spawned. AE fired. Gift of mana. Gift of mana. DA on Janine. Add. DPS named. Scylla mass group buff used. Scylla mass group buff used. Avoid east. Gift of mana. Sylve Talon run into Aura to cure. AE fired. Coffin spawned.
Making sure I'm not running up here without stuff on.
DPS named. Avoid east. Gift of mana. AE fired. Gift of mana. Silv Talon run into Aura to cure.
I'll read your text in a few minutes. We're currently in the middle of a big fight.
DPS named. Lifeblood Golem about to spawn. Janine Mass Group buff used. Janine Mass Group buff used. Avoid West. AE fired. Lifeblood Golem spawned. DA on Silva. Gift of Mana. Add. 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 DPS named. Avoid East. Tuthlin Mass Group buff used. Tuthlin Mass Group buff used. AE fired. Silv Talon run into Aura to cure. Add. DPS named. Avoid West. AE fired. Coffin spawned. Gift of Mana. Add.
Yeah, Dubbo, give me a minute.
DPS named. Avoid South.
Thanks for letting me know.
Lifeblood Golem about to spawn. AE fired. DA on Silva. Lifeblood Golem spawned. Add. DPS named. Avoid West. AE fired.
Man, I keep getting stunned every time I engage.
Gift of Mana. Sild Talon run into Aura to cure. Add. DPS named. Avoid north. AE fired. Failed to feign death. Sild Talon run into Aura to cure. Add. DPS named. Avoid west. AE fired. Zummer mass group buff used. Zummer mass group buff used. Lifeblood golem about to spawn. Lifeblood golem spawned. Sild Talon run into Aura to cure. Sylvi mass group buff used. Sylvi mass group buff used. Saltsash mass group buff used. Saltsash mass group buff used. Sauna mass group buff used. Sauna mass group buff used. DPS named. Avoid south. AE fired. Gift of mana. Sild Talon run into Aura to cure. Gift of mana. DPS named. Gift of mana. Avoid south. AE fired.
Nice, nice, we got it.
Sild Talon run into Aura to cure.
All right, let's see here. that's what I said. Different eras have different raid setups and styles. Certain things you have to do. This one uses a 2-level raiding system where it has different levels. A lot of the earlier raids are in a small area or a very large area that has multiple things you have to do, such as hide behind pillars to avoid getting hit by an AE, moving to certain people to avoid being beaten down by mobs, so forth and so on. When you're actually raiding, it's a totally different experience, even though it may look a little boring. The only reason why it may look a little boring is because they're already used to the raid and they know what to do, and they've taken the raid target down many times before. So it's very easy for them to do it because their gear is properly up to the point to take out what it is, you know? So it's a bunch of different things that make it harder or easier. And the easier the raid is to a group of raiders, yes, you'll have people kind of doing nothing and just kind of being kind of making it look bored. And I do understand what you mean by that. This raid is, we learned this raid after the first day that we got it pretty quick, and it took us the second day of raiding to defeat this event. So we did well. So it really depends on the raiding guild, how quickly you get through the content, how effectively you get through the content, and how easy they make it look. Jarakis, thank you for coming in for the first time chat, but I'm not interested in that type of service, but thank you for asking. I rather earn my views. Yeah, I know they're bots, but I just generally say that to them anyways. Just in case there's somebody behind the scenes listening. It also lets the viewers currently at channel know that I don't use those type of services. Yeah, I'm just a little too lazy to ban them. Find them and ban them right now. And then if you even do ban them, they know that your channel's active and they'll just spam you with even more bots. It becomes a never-ending fight between them.
Kyron Mass Group
thank
buff
you.
used.
Continue watching
Chiron
if you
Mass
wish.
Group
I
buff
really
used.
appreciate the views. And anytime you have any further questions, I'll answer as best I can from experience. If I don't know the answer, I'll ask in guild and try to get something for you. Okay, Wither and Decay, we're going to pull them into one area. We're going to balance them down to 50%. Once at 50%, we'll be told which boss we have to kill to drop the debuffs we currently have off on our guys. We kill it down to 100%. We bring that one we killed down. The one we downed, killed, will respawn. Then we drop him down to 50%, and then we go to the next one and drop that down to death, and then drop him down to 50% when he respawns. Rinse and repeat. So we're bouncing around a few times, but it's DPS heavy. So pretty much the fight is rinse it and repeat, jumping from boss mob to boss mob as you beat them down from full to 50%. Then it tells you which way to go. Kill that one off, drop down to 50%, rinse and repeat. It's just really weird. And we have to do this 5 times. So we go through 5 complete kills of a boss, and we're able to finish the event. We have to do it in a certain amount of time because there's a soft and rage lock timer on it as well. So it's just making sure you know which boss you're fighting and killing it as quickly as possible. We're almost done with loot. We'll be going to the next fight. I need to drink something. one-shot Decay 1 and Life 1. Now we're going to go back to, I think, Life 2 or Decay 2. Not sure which. No. Life 2. Doing Life 2 next, which is a really interesting fight. First step, drop both boss mobs to 50%. At 50%, we're told which boss mob to kill and which one to keep alive. Because of a civic text that is played, the boss that's fearing death is the one we kill. So we kill him, he respawns, we take the respawn boss and drop him to 50%, and then kill whichever one is cowering. It could be the same boss again, or it could be the other boss. So we'll know when that happens. We just deposs the one fearing death repeatedly. We do that 5 times, basically kill one of the bosses, each of the bosses up to 5 times in a row, down to 0, and then we finish them off. Once we get the 5th one down, then the second boss can be DPS down fully and the fight is won. Has to be done in a certain amount of time. If your DPS isn't good enough, then you run the risk of soft enraging the raid, which makes the fight much harder. Now we're going to banner out because we mostly came in through the banner. Then we'll come back in, do a few rebuffs, and start the fight. This third fight is going to be... We did this last week, and we fought this third fight here, and we were going, well, we're just going to give it a try, see how well we do. We started beating down on it, and realized about halfway through, we have a chance of beating it. So we took it seriously after that, and we beat it in one shot, just on a test fight. It was pretty funny. So I believe we're not going to have any trouble with this next fight. As long as people do what they're supposed to do. There will be some people DPSing on the other boss while we work on the primary boss to bring it down enough for being able to be killed quickly if it's called out to be killed quickly. It's just a time-saving matter because it's like it saves us 2 to 3 minutes to have that boss low and switch over to it and kill it immediately. Just waiting for banner down. Your turn, horse. Welcome to the channel. Just waiting for the banner to go down. Right now, we'll be starting the Wither and Decay fight. That's basically a balanced fight at the start. And then you kill the guy who is fearing death down to 0. Respawns, drop him back down to 50%. And follow the instructions that which one is fearing life again. Target that boss, kill him, bring him down to 50%. And basically the same thing over again 5 times. Once each of the bosses have been killed for a total of 5 deaths between the two, then we kill off the last boss that's still alive and win the fight. It has to be done in a certain amount of time. If you don't get it in a certain amount of time, the boss soft enrages, which makes the fight very, very difficult to do at that point. They're trying to get into the right instance. It's a little tricky, because you have to use this pendant to go into the dead side of the zone. So the decay side. When you normally zone into the zone that they're going to be able to use this, you're on the life side. So then you have to click this, get to the decay side, then go to the raid instance on the decay side and get in to the zone. It's tricky. So that's why I'm waiting for the banner. I just don't want to deal with that. We knocked down the 2 bosses in life with no problem. One-shotted both. So we're 2 of 4 bosses down at the moment. We're working on our 3rd one right now, trying to get into it. I'm gonna munch on a Reese's Pieces. Delish. Not a Reese's Pieces, a Reese's Buttercup. It's delicious. Zone in, boss. Oh man, this is so funny. So there's a new bug this expansion. It's called the zone in bug. You got to get past the zone in bug to get into your instance. Oh, this is so funny. The broken mirror. Getting to the bosses of the raid bosses of DOK, there's a it's hard for some odd reason. We're having a hard time getting into the boss instance because something about plane of decay, Demi-plane of decay, is causing a misalignment bug, so no one can get into third boss of the expansion. So the new third boss of the expansion is called the zoning bug. Dressed in Gandalf the White's attire, yelling "You shall not pass" to most of our raiders who are trying to get in to just put a banner down and get everybody else in. We can't get enough people to do it. It's hilarious. Actually, the true enemy of Everquest is Sony Entertainment, or generally Sony itself. Sony screwed over Everquest very hard and chose not to upgrade anything of the game. Yeah, Sony is the true. They may have made it. They didn't make it themselves. It was produced by another company that was under the title of Sony. This is someone else's game that Sony just paid the money for to produce it. That's all they did. And they hosted it. So, when you look at it, whenever Sony takes up a game to produce, like Sony's bestsellers for PS5 and all that, they could choose to utterly F the game over by doing certain things. Sony took this MMO game on thinking that it wouldn't be too popular, but it'll be popular enough to make some cash off of it. It was going up against World of Warcraft, which was expected to be a heavy hitter. They didn't think it would do too well for Everquest. So they gave Sony enough original EQ. I'm talking about original days. The funny thing is, EverQuest had a much stronger and better release day, first day, versus WoW, which most of their servers were offline and people couldn't get in for the whole day, first day. So there's some funny stuff for that type of story. But anyways, first day launch between Sony and WoW. Sony had the best first day launch time for the first week. WoW had the worst. And it nearly killed WoW because of that. WoW is more of a wham bam thank you ma'am for the fast awesome loot gameplay style. You're rewarded very quickly, very well, for doing simple things, and or even hard raids, and rewarded very well, very quickly. EQ is build up your character, earn your stuff, and proceed slowly through the game and enjoy it. But compared to WoW, which actually had full-on shutdown, even though Sony's first week was a little hampered by the server issues, as you're correct, WoW had theirs completely shut down for days. So
Banner is
over
down.
time, EQ was really going strong alongside WoW. But Sony decided to go the way, we're not going to update anything. We're not going to really add anything other than just basic expansions using the older code. And we're just going to make money that way. Because they didn't have any faith in the game. Eventually, EverQuest couldn't compete any further against WoW because the graphics were much older. Storyline was weird, I have to admit. But it still had a strong grouping of people behind it. So they tossed it to another subsidiary company under the banner of Sony, and that Sony Entertainment did not want to hold it under its main company name. So it became Daybreak, all things short. If they invested money into to Everquest and updated the engine, updated the graphics, and a lot of other stuff, I believe EQ would have been a strong contender even today against World of Warcraft. Maybe even stronger because of its popularity. It had a very strong popularity and support throughout the years, even though it went to a subsidiary contractor. We're taking a 15-minute break before we start this fight. So go ahead and grab snacks, drinks, or whatnot. I already have my snacks and drinks, so I'm just going to sit here. So we got a little bit of time to wait because raid leaders need to use the restroom and stuff and take care of kids. So they're going to take care of all that. But anyways, honestly, I think EQ, if it had the proper support and money put into it to do the upgrades and everything that they could have done with this game to make it better, I think it could have been a strong competitor to World of Warcraft even today. But it is still living strong and still going well, which is actually pretty cool. It shows you how much support there is, even with such an older game as this, with older graphics. The certain charm of this game, the way it plays, the difficulties of the raids and everything, just make it a lot of fun in my opinion. And also the fact that certain classes in this game literally have an appeal to a lot of players that no other game character classes have imitated yet. Or could imitate. I'd have to say the Beastlord is one of the most unique classes in any MMO games that I've seen so far. Everquest version of a Beastlord. I've seen Beastlords in other games, even EQ2, which that was a sorry excuse of a subclass. I will diss that one so hard. It's just a mockery of the original Beastlord class from EQ1, which a subclass, it should have been a primary class. It should have been closer to this, but updated. But they turned it into, we just get wild animals, we tame them, we beef them up with whatever, and use them. But it's nothing like the core concept of EQ1's Beastlord class. It is just a mockery and a joke. I mean, I was so mad when I heard about that, and I was playing EQ2 trying to get to the subclass of the class, and at the time, and when I heard how they worked it over, I was just like, no more EQ2. I'm not going to even support this garbage. I hate to diss the genre, but EQ2 is a bastard child of EQ1 in my opinion. Let's put more crafting and building of stuff than actual Lore, gameplay, quests. Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of that. I have more than enough time going through the lores and quests than sitting there spending 32 hours just to craft a pair of pants. I did play for Everquest and WoW. I did play launch day for each game. I even betaed Everquest. I had a lot of fun with that. And I also beta tested the Warhammer MMO. The one that came out with the Squig Herder, the Marauder, and the other classes. I played on the evil side. I loved the Squig Herder. That was so fun. That was a real fun class. Jumping into the mouth of your squid and riding around and rampaging. I had a ball with that class. It was a great class in PvP too. The shenanigans you can pull with the Squig Herder. My role in beta testing was finding bugs and reporting them. I found 2 bugs during my time of 3 months of beta testing. One was a duplication bug and the other was a zone bug, where you could hide your character inside terrain and no one would see you. No one could attack you, but you can attack out of it. How to get in there, I can't tell you because they fixed it already. Let's just say it was fun to use that for a while. Until they told me to stop using the bug. I also got a beta test Star Wars Galaxies. Not the first one, but the expansion that they came out with for a couple months. I really enjoyed Star Wars Galaxies. Shame that Sony Entertainment crapped on that one with their ELU changes and vastly modifying the game to the point where if you're a crafting class and everything you were doing was completely messed up and screwed over. Combat Medic became incredibly powerful, more stronger than Jedis and any other class in the game, because they could just nuke your mind stat and burn it to pieces and kill you instantly through their powerful drugs. Then allowing everyone to become a Jedi at any time if you so happen to have done many different class alterations and changes with your character, such as becoming a tailor, a Terakasai, a smuggler, or a fencer, just like 3 or 4 classes, and visiting certain points that were relative to the movies in the game could unlock your Force sensitive. They made it so easy to do that. Then they turn the game even easier on the third ELU by making you can make a Jedi at start. You don't unlock it anymore. And they started altering the classes to the point where they were muddled down to just brain dead. I mean, literally brain dead classes that all you do is press buttons. You don't use any type of skill, really good equipment, so forth and so on. Because none of the really good equipment was being made because the artisans weren't making anything good anymore. Because the materials required to make the good stuff have been reduced. The schematics changed and altered. It was a mess. And with ELU 3, there were mass protests because of the changes that Sony did to the game that turned Star Wars Galaxies into something it never was intended to be. Started to turn it into something that was never to be. They auto-banned people left and right in starports for just being in a starport on protest day. Your character would be banned from playing on the server for a couple days to months and or permaban, depending on your role in what you were doing in the starport. So people who were just using the starport to get from place to place were getting banned too because they thought they were part of the protests. It was just a massive mess. Sony ended up across all servers banning about 40 to 60% of their player base off each server for a few days or more. It was an entirely ugly mess. Then they dropped the game offline for 6 months. They reworked it, and the rework became a debauchery of garbage. I mean, people log back in, started playing again, and realized the game was so fundamentally changed. It was like nothing like they played before from the original. Just a debauchery of garbage. That's the best way to put it. And the game only lasted about 9 months online on its relaunch and died out completely. There are still Star Wars Galaxies servers still in operation, but they're running under the ELU 1 or 2 rule set, which is fine. But the ELU 3 and later rule sets were so terribly bad that they won't run it off those. So there's still people playing, I've heard. But those are private servers. Alright, they should be back soon. That's why I say Sony Entertainment is the worst company for any gaming company to land under their banner. Guaranteed to screw you over one way or another. Good example, Helldivers 2. Sony tried to pull some shenanigans with Helldivers 2 on Steam by making it so you had to link your PSN to your Helldivers 2 account and make a PSN to play Helldivers 2. Well, about that. Over that entire debacle, 107 countries, about 107 countries were taken off Helldivers 2. How am I going to word this? Helldivers 2 on a vast majority of countries around the world have been taken off, had their Helldivers 2 taken off their regional areas. So they can no longer click in Steam on their Helldivers 2 game and join in and play with others because of that, because of the PSN issues, linkage, because certain countries cannot have PSN or an account linked to anything. So that means they can't play. But since they have a downloaded copy on their computer, they can go into their computer, find the Helldivers 2 link, and click on it from the computer save files to play Helldivers 2 to avoid that. But Steam wouldn't allow you to launch it from the Steam platform. And that's been in place since the PSN issues. So there's a vast number of people who can't play Helldivers 2 still, because Sony has not retracted what Steam was forced to do by locking those people out of being able to use it and clicking on Steam. And they didn't realize they still could play as long as they had the physical copy on their hard drive, and that they only had to go through the exe by finding it and clicking the exe to get on and play. They weren't told that. So when the PSN stuff was retracted and Sony said we're not going to do it, Sony never went back and told Steam to let those people back on. So over 100 countries can't play Helldivers 2. They paid money for the game, they can't get refunds, and they're stuck with a game they can't even play because you can't start it on Steam. But you can still start it from your hard drive. But the problem also is they don't get updates. So no updates means you can't play it anyways. So it was pretty messed up. It was a very messed up move Sony pulled. Not only did it screw with the customers, it also screwed with the company big time by locking out a vast number of players. That's why I never trust anything to do with Sony or any of their products. It's just a terrible joke of the stuff they do. I never had good experience with Sony. Alright, we're back. We're getting ready to do this fight.
Oh, thank you.
Alright. Again, with this fight is we pull both of the bosses into the fight here. We have a rotation of tanks on duty for each boss, so that if one tank goes down or they have to switch, we have a person ready to go. Wither applies a dot on the tank he's fighting and a debuff. Tanks can only hold Wither up to 4 debuff clicks. So when it hits number 4, they have to switch it off or they'll die very quick. Decay does not have that mechanic. So it's Wither's tanks that they need more of. So we drop them to 50%. Then one will emote will say, I'm afraid of dying. We kill him. he resurrects. Then we drop him to 50%. Then we wait to see who says they are afraid of dying. We kill them and rinse and repeat 5 times. Once we kill the 5th boss, for a total of 5 between the two, we then kill the remaining boss and win the fight. There is no other real things that happen in this fight other than that. It's just a straight up DPS check of DPSing these two down efficiently and quickly as possible before they soft enrage. If they soft enrage because our DPS was a little too slow, we could potentially wipe at that time or win, depending on how much forces we have still up. If we lose all our tanks, we lose on Wither, we automatically lose the fight. So this is a rinse and repeat fight. They're finishing up their instructions for the fight. They're about ready to go. About ready to start here. Here we go. There you go. It's all started.
Janine Mass Group buff used. Janine Mass Group buff used.
Alright, getting close to 50%. It'll tell us which one to focus on next. Chipping down Withering, get them ready for the next phase.
Saltsash mass group buff used. Saltsash mass group buff used. Tuthlin mass group buff used. Tuthlin mass group buff used. Gift of mana.
Tripping Decay.
Gift of mana.
That's 2.
Sylvi mass group buff used. Sylvi mass group buff used.
We're down 2.
Gift of mana.
That's 3 bosses down.
Gift of mana. Gift of mana. Gift of mana.
That's 4. So double these.
Gift of Mana. Gift of Mana. 5 minutes before power up.
Yep. We got it. All one shot. Ooh, wow. That was fun. 3 out of 4 down in one shot. Very nice. Let's see what loot we got. And 2 helms. is more important. Alright, they're still trying to get loot out. All right. So their bid bot program that they're using is having a little trouble, so they're manually going to do it. So this should take a few extra minutes. We'll then be on our 4th boss mob of the night, and that'll be our final one. This one is a little different. We have to, first of all, run around certain NPCs until the blobs are ready to be used. Then bring the NPCs into the blobs and let the blob kill the NPCs. Then we'll have to go down after a certain point to DPS the boss on a lower level for a short time. While doing that, we're going to get black tentacles cast on the group or area. We have to avoid the tentacles. There is a ability that has to be removed from us, a healing one by other people, in order to be able to not take some serious damage and lose a lot of mana. The next one is we gotta change our after a certain point we have to change a debuff on us by canceling it out, and it changes itself to something else. One's physical, which if you have that on you, you die instantly from anybody sneezing if they attack you. The other is healing, and that one decreases your healing and your health generation by a lot. And then the third one is arms, which affects melee DPS. So for melee DPSer, I have to make sure I don't have the body one or the arms one, and it has to be on the health casting one. Since I'm not going to be healing myself much, because we're going to get healed by our clerics and stuff, I can't be one-shottable and I cannot do damage. So I have to make sure those are clearly changed, so that way we don't die quickly or do no damage. Then there's mechanics down below that I forget when we're dealing with the boss on the 2nd level. Depending on how we're going to do the fight, we may just ignore the 2nd level fight, let her sit down there for a minute and a half and have her respawn back up at top and just beat her down really hardcore at top. I don't know exactly the full details of that, but we have a plan already in effect for this next fight that we haven't tried yet. So it's going to be interesting. This is the one fight that we did not complete last week. We did try a couple times and experimented with it. Oh, wow. Nice. I'll take that. I wasn't expecting to win anything. That's nice. Alright, let's get a familiar up. Peddler down for those that need to use it. X triple I. Okay. Nice. That was a really nice upgrade. They're finishing up the loot. They're almost done. Whew. Finally moving on. Loot taken care of.
Banner is down. I am a little tired. The move that I did last week has been very tiring on me because I'm sleeping on a bed I'm not familiar with. It's been rough on me. So sleeping on a blow-up bed, air mattress, sucks. Banner is down.
It did for me. lose your mana endurance. If it expires, you do lose your mana endurance. Yes. Man, sucks when you suddenly feel tired. Ugh. Ooh. Okay, we're doing some interesting plans for the different phases. Most of the raid is going to stay upstairs when she goes down. 2 groups will go down and kind of keep her low. When she comes back up, we burn her down. We're going to rotate the groups around her as each of the tentacles spawns, and just keep kind of circling around her until we kill her. Sorry guys, I am feeling really exhausted suddenly. My energy just dropped immediately. Sorry, Grits. I'm just suddenly hit with low energy, and it's driving me nuts. Can't be helped when you have really bad sleep schedule. Because you moved and you're sleeping on a bed that you're not comfortable with, an air mattress, for the next 2 months. Because the move you did is for the management to go into your apartment and update all the wiring, the utilities, take out the plumbing. What's it called? The renovation. They're renovating your apartment. So they moved you into another apartment in the building for the next 2 months, and you don't have access to your normal bed. My sleep's been hell for the last week. It's only been 1 week in, and I'm having a hard time with sleep. So my energy reserves have been pretty sporadic. Yeah, thanks for understanding. But I'm trying really hard not to yawn in front of the screen. It is really hard, especially when you're feeling very low on energy. It just suddenly hits. There are times when I'm full of energy and I'm fine for hours, and then suddenly it's BAM! Hit with low energy, and you just want to fall asleep then and there and pass out. I'm at that point where I'm low energy and want to pass out, and I'm doing everything I can to stay awake right now. And I don't have anything to pick up my energy reserves.
Gift of Mana.
So we're shifting right with each tentacle that spawns.
Beandup Mass Group buff used. Beandup Mass Group buff used. Chutlin Mass Group buff used. Tutlan mass group buff used. Natural mass group buff used. Natural mass group buff used. Fenrin mass group buff used. Fenrin mass group buff used. Gift of mana. DA on Silva.
I died because of dot. Alright, we're going to try a slightly different way this attempt around. I'm trying to figure out what they're all doing so I can tell you, but it's kind of hard because it's just so many things coming out at once. They're still talking some strategy. We'll be starting this in a moment. Okay, when she teleports down, they're sending 2 groups down to damage her. So we're going to send a couple groups down to DPS her. Alright, we're starting for another attempt here. We just went through the statistics and tactics. The only change this time is we're sending 2 groups down to fight her to do some damage, to help lower the damage. When she pops back up here after her down phase, we're going to just dump everything we can on her. Last attempt, we had 2 people accidentally throwing disease buffs out on her, which heal her 5% for each tick of a dot and each damage point. So kind of we lost a lot of health because she held back up because of the disease. Alright. About ready to start now. Finally.
Gift of mana. Gift of mana. Gift of mana. Gift of mana. Sylvi mass group buff used. Sylvi mass group buff used.
Myself up.
Gift of mana. 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 Tuthlin mass group buff used. Tutlin Mass Group buff used. Gift of Mana. Gift of Mana. Janine Mass Group buff used. Janine Mass Group buff used. Beastlords Mass Group buff used. Beastlords Mass Group buff used. Saltsash Mass Group buff used. Saltsash Mass Group buff used. Sauna Mass Group buff used. Sauna Mass Group buff used. Brinna Mass Group buff used. Brinna Mass Group buff used. Gift of Mana. Gift of Mana. Caroline Mass Group buff used. Caroline Mass Group buff used. Gift of Mana. Stella Blue Mass Group buff used. Stella Blue Mass Group buff used. Scylla Mass Group buff used. Scylla Mass Group buff used. Zummer Mass Group buff used. Zummer Mass Group buff used. Gift of Mana. Gift of Mana.
Yeah, we got it. Damn. Great job, guys. Great job, everyone. Woo! We got it. The broken mirror. The broken mirror, Velcron. We finally got the fourth boss fight at the end of the X-Pack done. We still have one more, I believe. That was fun. Second week of the X-Pack, we got 4 out of 5 end bosses for the X-Pack done. I think we got one more boss left. Here we go. Put my bid in. Neck would be a nice update. The 2 longest minutes ever. They're discussing where we're going to go next. We're not ready for the last part of the expansion fight, but we're going to go to Fear or some other high-end zone that we haven't touched yet. Or Fear. We're going to Fear. We're going to the reworked Fear. That's good. That's funny. We're finishing up loot right now. It's pretty much done. Then we're heading to Plane of Fear, the updated version next. The loot is similar to here for the visible, level behind, era behind for the non-visible. So it's still pretty good loot.
Banner is down.
I haven't been in Fear in ages, and I've never been in the reworked one. I remember when Fear was new and I was in there, that was hell on earth. 18 hours of just pure raiding all those mobs. Ugh. That was hell. And a couple times my Beastlord pet saved the day. Kept us from having to go all the way back to the beginning after a wipe. Yeah, you wiped. Oh. Yeah, when Fear was originally out, our guild was on, this was live when SOE had the game. The actual live service of Everquest. We were there all day, pushing through all the way to the last boss. 18 hours straight, we all gave our best. Then at the very end, the last two groups we were pulling before we got to the boss, our raid wiped. And there were only two mobs left up and fighting. One healer, a Beastlord, a tank, and a ranger. The healer was waiting like 3 to 5 minutes before he could res somebody again, because it was on cooldown, and it was about ready to res somebody. My pet was on one of the mobs, the tank was on one of the mobs, and the ranger was doing the DPS while the cleric was keeping the tank and ranger up alive. and I kept my pet up barely against the mob that I was fighting. That mob was just tearing through my pet like crazy. We finally got the one off the tank killed, and then the tank took over, and my pet, you know, tagged the hatred back and forth, and we beat the mob. Then we started rezzing up everybody. Got everybody rezzed back up slowly. It took us a half hour to do it because we had to wait for res timers to click off the special ones or something. It took us a half hour to get everybody fully res, fully equipped, fully geared, everything. And this was the day when you died, you dropped your gear too. So this was nuts. So it took us a half hour to recover, and then we fought the boss. We took down the very last boss of Fear that same day, with only 20 people still left standing in the middle out of our big raid. It was near wipe on the boss though. It was nuts as hell. Worst part about it is when you pulled a mob in Fear, you get the whole group. And not only that, because the pathing was so horrid in Fear,
Banner is down.
you get not just the group that you're trying to fight, you have to deal with 2 or 3 groups coming at the same time. So if you got the unlucky chance of getting 3 groups coming at you, it was a guaranteed wipe. 2, it was a 50-50 chance of wipe. If you got the 1 group, you were very lucky. Plane of Fear revisited. I call it the plane of ass kicking. Your ass is gonna get kicked. I've only been in the Fear twice.
Failed to feign death. Banner is down.
Yeah, this is old school fear clear. It's exactly as the same as the original old school fear, but they increased the level of the mobs to match that of 100 level 105. We're feared. I can't do anything to save my pet. Or myself. Yeah, we got old fear. That kind of sucks. Yeah, we pulled too much along with Draco. Didn't even have a chance to kill any of the ads. Oh, wow.
Chiron Mass Group buff used. Chiron Mass Group buff used. Gift of Mana. Tuthlin Mass Group buff used. Tuthlin Mass Group buff used. Scylla Mass Group buff used. Scylla Mass Group buff used. Sylve Talon, you woke a mob. DA on Sylvi. Saltsash mass group buff used. Saltsash mass group buff used. Names now vulnerable. Sil by mass group buff used. Sil by mass group buff used. Janine mass group buff used. Janine mass group buff used. Burn time. Beandip mass group buff used. Beandip mass group buff used. Gift of mana. Gift of mana. Gift of mana. Brinna mass group buff used. Brinna mass group buff used. Burn time. Failed to feign death. Gift of mana. Gift of mana. Sauna mass group buff used. Sauna mass group buff used. Gift of mana. Burn time.
There, we got him, finally. Damn. Wow. You know, that'll actually be pretty decent. Yeah, it's an upgrade. It's all an upgrade. There are only 2 bids on that. I should be one of the 2. That'll be a really nice ranged item for me. one-shotted 3 of 4 raid bosses. Wiped once on Decay 2. And wiped once on Dracolich here. So we did pretty well. We'll be coming back in tomorrow to do Fear again, to clear a lot more. Who won the Hunter Mantle? Just waiting for the teleport out, and we're done. We are done for the evening, guys. Yeah, we're just finishing up the loot right now, and we're finishing up the raid right now. So with that being said, thank you for watching this evening. It's been a lot of fun entertaining you, Sil Talon, with our friends, the Vets of Norath, and your host here, Sil Talon. We'll be back tomorrow night at 5 o'clock Eastern. Is that right? About 5 o'clock Eastern. We'll be doing more of this. We're going to clear all of Fear, and that's what's on our objective list. So Fear is going to be heavily mobbed. So we got tons of mobs to kill and a lot of chaos, along with the bosses of Fear. This is Fear Revisited. So come on and see us and watch us play that. We finished what we could in the mainstream of TBM, of the Broken Mirror, and we'll be looking at doing more extended raids into TBM next week. Anyhow, with that being said, I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you for watching. If you like what you see, please hit that like or that like button or that follow. And if you want to support the channel, feel free to subscribe. I really appreciate all the help, and especially all the fears. Special thanks for Hulkamania. Thank you for the first time chat. Grix, thank you for the chat. Valkron74, thank you for the chat. Jawan Facts. Nope, that's just a stream ad device. Turin the Horse, thank you for chat. Conscript X, thank you for the chat. Tatters, thank you for the chat. Gajex, thank you for the chat. And Sintoni, thank you for the chat. Have a good night, be safe, and be well, everyone. Take care. Still telling out.